All right, let's go. I should plan to do like group play next week. Maybe I should talk to Kaizen about that, what he wants to play. All right. I think the stream works for now. Very few items left on the list. Tunnel crates. I don't know how many tunnel crates I have to get rid of, though. The family core, which I think is in the vault. The treasure trove puzzle, which I don't know what to do about that. And then reclaim the throne. I don't know what to do about that. Hey, Chris. Yeah, I'm not exactly Asmongold, so, you know, first comment is a little easier to get here. Oh. I'm gonna start. I think I want to get a shrine here. Actually, I'll ask you, which notification did you get? Like, which one do you use? The Twitch or the Discord? Ooh, shrine right there. All right, let's do the Blessing of the Monk again. It's a weird one. So silly. That is so silly. Okay, so you got the Twitch. I mean, I've got over 100 people in my Discord server, but it's not like they exactly come flooding to any of my streams, so I think they all just have my server muted, probably. Which is understandable. I mute a lot of servers myself. I want to get more blue tents. Family core, okay. We'll just start building and see where we end up. The agenda for today is stuff that I think is pretty close to the end, but you know, I've thought that for a while, so who knows. Especially this thing called Reclaim the Throne. Which I don't know how to do, but I assume that's... I mean, that is the description for the throne room. I need to open the treasure trove outside. So I got to get the key for that, which I think is the family core. The family core, I think, is in the vault. So I want to get the vault. And then there's this other side project which removes crates from the tunnel. I don't know if that's relevant to anything or that matters, but that sounds like another project. That's really about it, like, in the whole game that I'm aware of. I mean, I think we're getting close. Although the way I'm trying to say it is, there are very few things left to try to do. Now, those things might take a generation, but there are very few things left. I think we'll go with the nursery. I'll keep the conference room in the draft pool. Because I know that's one of the rooms I don't have a blue tents for. Yeah, I got to room 46 originally on day 36. And today is day 123. Now the treasure trove, I do need that. Just kind of make the path a little weird. So, yeah, so I've also managed to get all these trophies. Everything on the left side. So I have 11 trophies, and I can't get any more in this run. Yeah, Inheritance Trophy, reach room 46. That's the first one you get. Yeah, this is a lot easier to do now, the full house trophy, but at the time I did it, which I think the first time I did it was like day 56, I want to say. It was a lot harder to do at the time. This one's kind of fun. This one I did last stream. This one's dumb. The whole room 8 thing is just... It's kind of a disaster, honestly. It's very unfortunate because the game otherwise really loves the number 8.
8.
But it... Yeah.
That's a lot of money, I guess, for a person of color, or is it not? I don't know.
Never gets old. I guess we can now spend it all over here. I like the running shoes. Might as well just sell out of... Yeah. No shovel. That is not a dead end, but that's okay. Let's start an experiment here. Think so, T? I would hope that Chris didn't bail that quickly with without announcement. Remove a crate from the tunnel. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, Chris is here. This is a very interesting one. If I can get... a lot of steps. Which... let's try it. The next 10 times you view your map, lose 10 steps and remove a crate from the tunnel. Okay, and we start the experiment. And then you pause the experiment. So, don't do it now, because I want to be able to look at my... What the hell? What was that? I want to be able to look at my map. Yeah. And then at the end of the day... Alright, there. I'd love to get like a break room right here. Yeah. They're in agreement. So this is either all true or all false. The above statement is false. So if that's true, then that's false. And if that's false, then that's true. So this counts for neither one. So this is either both true or both false. The top statement of each box is true. That cannot be true by rule. You have to have an all false box. So this is the all false box. This cannot be the all true box. Therefore, this is the all true box. The gems are in this box, and that's where it is. And this might be one of those where you can just shortcut and say this is the only one that's... If it wasn't in this box, then you wouldn't be able to distinguish it between the other two boxes. I'm not sure. No, because you also have that claim. Okay. Oh. We're not... This is going to be a dead end. I have a key card, so I can go around, but that's unfortunate. I guess I'll take this dead end. Okay. This is a room with a fireplace, even if there's no fire lit. That's why I wasn't thinking about it. The whole, like, drafter room with a fireplace rule. Oh. I got the car keys. So... Okay. Try to draft a garage up there. Break room fairly close? Or do you want the conference room? I like the idea of a break room fairly close. Okay. Add up all these. Times that? Yeah. I like how I've done like 100 of these and I still can't remember the rules. This is minus 10 times 2 is minus 20 plus 20? 4 minus 8 squared? Okay. I think I'll just take the closet. Yeah. And I'll go around. Um... You have running shoes, right? Yeah. Running shoes work really well outside. I need a vault. See, at any time I could invoke the power of the king and make one color room more likely to be drawn than any other. Or I could just spike the probability of that color room. Which I could spike bedrooms. That's an interesting one. Because if I get a lot of bedrooms, I can get a lot of steps, and then I can get a lot of experiments. Yeah? So let's not do that yet. Guess we can do that. Let's leave that one. Maybe I'll just do a regular key right now. Okay. Hallway is good. Passageway is maybe slightly better. Don't worry about the gem cost. But I do like the tomorrow room. Now we're going to do passageway. Don't want the furnace. These are not great. Could just keep things open though. Still got my silver key. Let's do this. Right here. Yeah. It's kind of an interesting idea of just putting a den there, which is not as many choices, but this one does go up here, so this is fine. We want the garage there on the next one. No. I remember saying I didn't get the observatory. That's not a great spot for it. But I already have the pool. That's a great opening up of the floor, but I think I'm going to do this and go ahead and close that off. Okay. Yeah. I like how the cats got in their places right before I started the stream. They weren't in here. And then I turned on the camera and all of a sudden they're there. So like a few minutes before I started the stream, they weren't. And by the way, I think they are in the opposite baskets. I think they're in the opposite baskets as last time, so they don't have a favorite one either. Either one will go to either basket. So yeah, that is not a still image. That is a live look at the kitty cats. We got blue tent somewhere, I think. I don't know where. A telescope somewhere. Oh, it could be in the thing. Oh, let's check in there. Yeah, I thought maybe it'd be in there, but... Oh, it's right there. See, the blue tents note is there. I gotta figure out what that says. Yes. I still miss Joey. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. How do I get to that? On some emotional level, maybe it is. It also, if it was a game that, you know, that I had a high opinion of anyway, then maybe I would. Like, it didn't strike me as something like, you know, I really should play this again. Here we go. What does it say? The largest planet in the night sky is named after the Paragon of Ash. That took a lot of work for a lot of nothing. Yeah, Chris. I don't know if you saw me play Firmament. I don't think you were there. I don't know. I don't remember who was there and who wasn't, but yeah, I finished Firmament the night before my cat died, before Joey died, and I was just so kind of distracted tending to him because his condition literally was deteriorating during the stream. Like, I knew it was happening, but you know, it was just really sad to see. So I was distracted, and I walked right past the room that apparently had the big secret revealed about the whole game, and I just, like, didn't even care. I still don't really know or understand Firmament, which is kind of weird. Like, but I know I walked, like, right past the whole big room that tells everything. Yeah, I have security. I kind of remember what it says. Like, oh, stuff, certain things can only be watched in the security room. Did the storeroom last time, right? Yeah, there are 6 permanent additions. Still don't know what this is about. Yeah, I mean, I meant to. I didn't realize it. Yeah, I was just very distracted. Like, you can actually see, yeah, I had him for 17 years. You can see in the background of my stream. It was at my old place, so it wasn't this room. But you can see him just, like, on the couch. And about an hour and a half into the stream, he does what cats do when they're, you know, when they're dying. They go hide. You can see him kind of get up and jump behind the couch. And those were literally his last steps. Like, he was immobile after that. It was over the weekend. Like, the vet was closed. Like, he deteriorated so quickly that I didn't even have the chance to make the decision whether I was going to actually put him down or just let him pass naturally. Like, I knew for, like, the last month of his life that it was coming to an end. And over those last few weeks, you know, I had, like, the, what is that stuff that clear, like, saline drip or whatever? What is that stuff? To kind of keep him hydrated. And it actually worked so well that he was alert and mobile and everything for the most part until just, like, he was completely out of gas. He just, like, those last 48 hours. You just couldn't hold him up anymore, you know? Do I have the dining room? That would be good. Oh, there are 10 different dishes that can be served in this room. Well, I need it, so I'm gonna get it. I actually don't have the clock tower. This. What about the aquarium? This tank contains a red herring. That's right. I remember that last time. I could do this. Yeah. Yeah, Joey was, you know, he was special. I mean, he's, you know, the cat I had in my 20s and 30s, basically. What I liked about him most was he was just so content. Like, these guys actually kind of, he felt kind of more, I mean, he was, you know, just a cat, just a pet, whatever. Like, these guys, I love them, but they do just kind of feel like they are, you know, they're pets. Whereas he was just this companion where he was just, he was very grounding in that he had very simple needs. He was in his territory. He had his plain dry food. And if I'm around, he would just be content. He would, you know, sit in my lap or whatever, and he would just stop. And he didn't really, like, care about anything else. He was just like, yep, we made it. We're here. We did it. And, yeah, that's just very grounding. Whereas, you know, these guys have, you know, they do the typical cat things. You know, they you know, they'll, you know, bite you and stuff. I mean, not hard, but, you know, they'll just kind of do more kind of typical sort of cat things, I guess. Just not bad. I mean, it's expected. But yeah, I don't know how to explain it. Like, just kind of what he meant to me. Neither one is Zeus. That's somebody else. Oh, you may have heard Susie. There's Calvin and Susie. That's their names. Although Zeus is an interesting name for a cat. I'll remember that in 20 years maybe. I don't know. I wonder. Well, it's almost 1:30, so maybe we can just check the other room. Right, for the sacred hour. To see if the blue tents is in there. How many cats does this person have? Four orange cats. How about that? Let me guess. 3 boys and a girl? Oh, it's just right there. Well, we're gonna get it now. Even though the blue tent is here. Okay. I only guessed that because that's, I think, about the ratio for orange cats in general. It's the sacred hour. I think. Unless it just never opens again. Nope, there it goes. What the fuck is the in eclipse? Yeah, that's why I guessed 3 and 1. Although Joey had a sister. We probably should have just taken her too. Didn't think about it at the time. I was just, when I saw him, I was like, I want this one. He seems amazing. And I was just kind of fixated. Yeah, I'm glad the blue tents isn't in here. Kind of left this floor plan open. I want to do the Banner of the King with the bedrooms to try to really rack up the steps so that I can trigger a whole bunch of experiments at the end of the day. Love to get a boiler room, but I wonder what's for dinner. Vault. Okay. Right. Yeah, it's a 5-letter blue room. Yeah. I think it has something to do with this family core thing. I don't remember. See, that tells me the date. Tuesday, March 9. And March 18, apparently rooms 7 and 8 will be taken out of the draft pool. I don't know. It was such a clown show. Stupid rooms. Okay, so I don't know. Yeah, Great Daniels. Okay, so Jay Ribbon, Samantha Hayes. Okay. I think it has something to do with this, but I don't know what. And I don't know anything else to actually do in here. Alright, so that's where we're gonna kind of bend the rules a bit. So, yeah, so I have this in my notes. When you draft the vault on rank 8, which it's not right now, but the blue tent's note is the family core is unlocked only by the sum of its digits. And you know what? I think that was the first blue tent's note I got. I have like 30 of them now, but I think that was actually the first one. Which we did that last time. Probably 8, but we'll see. Remember the 1,000, the 200, and then 11 and 2? Maybe 7. Unless it's... Or is it 7? Either way... How's it unlocked by one number? There's a, I don't know. It's tied, the numeric core thing, it's tied to other notes and how to split a number up and combine them together, and it has to do with the dartboard. I don't know, it's a little too much. Again. Because I don't feel like I don't like it when I feel like I'm almost there, and then it's like, no, actually you have to start over. It's like, no, we're not starting over. Apparently, when you break up the family core into its numbers as delineated through some pool logic, it combines to 53. So then from that, you're supposed to imply you get the key 8 out of the gallery, which I only have, as I just noted, a few more days to do. And then unlock safe box 53 with it. I don't know. Feels a little much. Again. That's okay. I guess it's saying back here. I was just walked back here. Let me back here. There. That one. Apparently you can open that one. Okay. So on a day with the vault, I need to also have key 8. Okay. Don't have too many rooms for that to be possible. It probably won't happen. I guess I'll just eat this. Okay.
Here in my garage, just bought this new Lamborghini here. It's fun to drive up here in the Hollywood Hills. But you know what I like a lot more than materialistic things? Knowledge.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I especially like pointing at this hunk of junk and saying, this is my Lamborghini. Ah, there he is. Okay. The license plate on this car is an Echo. What? An acronym. How's that an acronym? It's all consonants. I mean, I know the network password swan song, but that's not an acronym. What do you mean an acronym? That's not what an acronym is. And you know that. I don't need to tell you that. There's one of these. I don't know why I would walk in here. I don't need gems today. I would love a conference room. I don't want these. Conference room. Not the best angle, but okay with that. Yes. Now let's see if this is locked. Put the secret garden here, which is going to put a bunch of fruit in the conference room. All right, Banner of the King. We're going to start drafting bedrooms? I think so. It's too bad I don't have a sleeping mask. Trying to get as many steps as possible at the end of the day. I might find a sleeping mask in one of the bedrooms I draft, though. You see, if I do this, then I can draft that top rank as well. I like how the map puts me right here. I mean, I guess I am, because I am technically outside the... Like, that's not saying I'm on this. It's saying I'm on this over the edge. Yeah, it's true. The secret garden is not in the draft pool. No one has ever drafted a secret garden. It says drafted 16 times, but it's never been drafted in the same way others have been. There you go. That got me 18 steps. What? There we go. Okay. Oh, I've drafted an office here. I'm an idiot. No wonder I'm talking a bunch of nonsense. I'm sorry. I'm sure somebody caught that already. I feel like a fool. Because maybe I am. Hey, nutcase. Doing all right? I need something to open up here. There we go. That's a bedroom. Yeah, oh yeah, we can do this. Just get as many bedrooms as possible. Still so about the events of the week. There is your own, usually when I ask the question, how you doing, I'm, you know, primarily interested in how you're doing more personally, but yeah. This week was, certainly eventful. Oh, lots of keys. Whoa. I get 9 keys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm counting 9 keys. It says +1 key for each bedroom in your house. Oh, shit. I didn't get a master bedroom, though. That would have been amazing. Forgot about that. Sheesh. Well. And then it says plus question mark, and I don't know what that means. Yeah, some people have acted really reprehensibly. And I'll be blunt with you. Anyone who would celebrate a murder like that, I don't want them here. Oh, it's just, I just get 3 gems. Okay, 124 steps. Because, yeah, at that point, it does get kind of beyond politics, doesn't it? Kind of shows something darker in their hearts. So I didn't get the gallery, obviously. So that's going to be the real thing. It's not even about I need a vault, although I'll still need a vault. It's that I need a gallery pretty soon, actually. This showed this was the 9th, so I got 9 days, so 132. So by 131, let's say. That's crazy that I'm actually running up against the deadline and finding out I got to get that now, and I just found out about it. I mean, I just found out I had a limited amount of time with the gallery, and now I'm finding out that I need that. Okay. Oh. I will use the key. I don't mind. Fruit? Okay, that's good. I gotta get back to the first segment. Yeah, T, and you know, it's... I always try to manage it because I want people... I want people to have not just opinions, I want open dialogue. I don't forbid political discussion here. That's, I mean, because I think people kind of need to know where everyone else is. Yeah, turnip. That's good. I may have actually made a difference here. No, it didn't make a difference. Nope. Quiet. Unless I find another one. Hey! Okay. I think that's... I don't think this one matters. Yeah, so, I mean, I believe in it. I believe in freedom of speech and open dialogue. In fact, I think that's the most important thing because that's what allows us to solve all the other problems. And it has been rough, honestly, for a long time, trying to kind of manage that because you get these weird times where people spurg out. It's kind of like a weird, like, hidden backdrop of the 90s nostalgia that I have. Because things used to not be like this. Right? Like, in a game's perspective, yeah, we're all nostalgic for the 90s, but that was also just a better time to talk, I guess. I don't know. I guess for whatever it's worth, I'll still try to preserve being able to, you know, have conversations, but, you know, it has to be with other people who are willing, and you have to kind of just... I mean, it does unfortunately require some kind of discretion on, you know, who you talk to. Why is it going up? Oh. Okay, whatever. 150, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And actually, let me do that without looking at the map. So 1, 2 into the chapel. We're gonna call it a day in the break room. And remove 14 crates. Which is pretty good. Okay. Yeah, experiment is paused, and we have a bug right now where I can't see the options on the menu. Next 10 times you view your map, lose 10 steps and remove a crate from the tunnel. Oh, a whole log of... Resume experiment. Okay. So I'm going to go... Ooh! Plus 10. What? We get 15. What was that? Oh! 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 Next time you enter the boudoir. Yes. Ah. Had it here. Okay. Oh, yeah, and I just looked at my... Yeah. Look at all this. I'm just going to do this. And I just keep removing crates from the tunnel. Oh, it does say next 10 times you view your map. I forgot about that first phrase. See, again, there's just so many things moving around. It only triggers 10 times. I forgot that. The number 10 was on my mind for lose 10 steps. Oh, well. I have nothing more to do today. Yeah. Well, it looks like it's the end of this day here. Yeah, I do have my opinions on all that stuff. and I've expressed kind of my goals and desires and how what I believe in. But yeah, hey Slim Jim, we're we're talking about the events of the week. We just happened to slip into it right now. Yeah, it's okay to be mad. Um, we talk about, and it's okay to be scared. Uh, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I said it before. I mean, to try to get back in the flow of what I was gonna say. Um, you know, I want free speech and I want open dialogue. That always has to come with certain, not limits. It comes with boundaries, right? It always has. Like that's. I mean, you got freedom of speech, but well, yeah, you do because you don't have. It is illegal to call to violence. Like it actually is. What's it called? Like the Brandenburg test or something. And there are other ways because the spirit of freedom of speech is that open dialogue allows information to come from all angles, and so with that greater body of information, we can work out the truth, right? So that's actually what it's for. And so calls to violence don't contribute to that. In fact, they call to suppress that. That process. So we always have some kind of limits on there's always limits on kind of the the boundaries. Of what we consider tactful. So to maximize freedom of speech, you have to set those boundaries. Like we already do that. That's not like a new concept. If you want open dialogue, you have to draw boundaries on calls to violence, like direct calls to violence. And we've done this. I'm saying kind of the same thing over again to make sure I kind of set up what I really want to say. But what the conclusion that I've come to with these events and I think should be sort of a new boundary of establishing reasonable, civil, polite discussion if we want to go there. In my opinion, Nazi is the new N-word. Think about the original argument for like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be calling people, you know, these N-words. Well, that was a dehumanizing tactic to kind of deperson them and mark them for destruction. Well, they're doing that now with a different group of people. And it doesn't matter who it is, whether it's based on opinions or whatever, these dehumanizing language to subvert discussion, that's not okay. Because then you've subverted the destruction. So yeah, I don't want that here. I don't like dehumanizing rhetoric. And I've noticed there has been, and I'm going to call it out in this modern day and age, specifically there has been deliberate dehumanizing language on the political left, the modern left, to mark for destruction to get their opponents killed. That's something that I've been aware of for years, and nothing is getting them to stop it. No, but you see, replace what you said with the other N-word. This is where we actually are in this historical moment. You'll realize that. See, it's one thing if somebody labels themselves that, right? If somebody is very clear, right? Like you can call, for example, there's a political commentator, Karlin Borisenko has explicitly labeled herself a fascist. Well, you can call her a fascist. But if somebody just calls themselves conservative, you do not have the right to call them a fascist or a Nazi or a white supremacist or anything. Shut the fuck up. Just because they call themselves conservative, you don't get to label them these dehumanizing bullshit. It's only when they label themselves that you can do that. So when, next time I play, like, Indiana Jones and we're fighting Nazis, we can talk about the Nazis and make fun of them because they have self-identified as actual Nazis. But if somebody has not told you that's what they are, then you don't get to label them that. That's the rule. That's my rule. In this tiny stream with 8 viewers.
8.
That's my rule. You don't get to slap those kinds of incendiary labels on people that they have not applied to themselves. And that's it. I think that's all I got to say about this for now. Because I'm tired of rhetoric being used to subvert discussion. Freedom of speech has to have those boundaries so you can actually explore ideas. That's what I want. I want to be able to openly discuss ideas. And I don't like things, including language, that attempt to subvert that stuff. That's where I'm at. Anyway, I'm going to go on break. Not because of that, but because it's the end of this day and my drink is empty. And I will call it in the break room. Royal Hotel of the Dead. Very simple and. Well, I think free speech should be. It's within those limits of, yeah, I've explained it already. It's not being able to say anything. We already have rules. I don't know, if we just adopted the rules of like the Brandenburg test or whatever it's called, I think we'd be fine. But we're not testing that right now. Anyway, I'll be back. There's the full kitty cam. Enjoy the new camera I've set up. All right. Sorry you don't get the full cat climber view, but you still see both the cats right now. Um, why. I think this is stupid. Why would they take the gallery out of the draft pool? I need the gallery. Gary with his philosophical thought experiment. Wait a minute. Oh. I guess so. What? That's where the break room. They actually take it out? Oh, okay. Okay. Where's my billiard room? Fine, we'll just do that, I guess. At least I got my key card. Let me restart the game here. Time to cancel school. Then it'll never happen again. I think outside the box. Yeah, it's a straw man, and it's why I talk about visions, because I mean, you can actually explain how each side sees the world and uses. I mean, you talked about, like, T just mentioned it, like, himself, just, you know, the way he talks and the way he's interpreted by others. On a much bigger scale, that happens where the same words are spoken by different groups of people in different ways, and it's those misinterpretations that cause escalation. I mean, I started really studying this stuff, trying to get to understand it and get at the heart of it. Maybe, hopefully, being able to establish some kind of common ground, and I just kept going down the rabbit hole and could never find it, but at least I could kind of explain away why everything is so polarized, which... I just don't understand why the break room is not in the draft pool. Well, there's a reason why you have two different... The problem is, Chris, humanity has two different moral compasses. So no matter how many political parties you have, whether you have 10 political parties or one, people are guided by two different methods of moral reasoning. So it's never going to stop. It can't, because it's not about the population or the politics or any of that. It's in our heads. Hey, Slim Jim. Actually, I didn't tell you this. This has no alcohol in it. I am going sober September. And it's something I decided to do. I'm glad I'm doing it. I probably need to... I always tell myself, I can control it. I can stop at any time, because some people can't. But I need to actually show it. So... But you are free to drink all you like. And I will commence again in October, of course, because I'm turning 40. I'm turning old years old. Damn. Do I want any of this? Shelter's okay, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I did. I only posted on it in 2020. I've kind of refined my theory on it a little bit, not too much, but I mean, I really... Oh boy. Yeah, I like to compromise myself a little bit. Although I did do that with the Talos 2 DLC. I mean, I was so... file cabinet key. I don't need a file cabinet key. And I mean, what did you expect? Another floor plan? No. But okay, that's another way to get it. That's cool. I mean, unless you can remove those too, I kind of doubt it. Okay. There's still more. There's still more. I wasn't sure if this was actual crates to remove. That my guess was yes. Okay, we'll keep going. Or if that was just like the wall in the back that, never changes. Ah. Like, okay, here's the thing. I'll give you one that I made, I was inspired to make just today. Okay, let me show you this. Let's see if this shows. Let me show you a graph. Okay, since everything's so heated, I will show you the graph of, well, the gun debate. Look at this. Okay. I made this today. It's a very simple graph, but it's inspired off of the prisoner's dilemma problem. It doesn't matter how many columns you have. I have 20. But basically, the way it works is it's based off the prisoner's dilemma problem, which is on one axis, it's graded how you treat other people. And this graph, this is how they treat you. And so it's actually very it's very enlightening when you see, like, you can actually see the gun debate literally on this graph. Okay? Because the idea is that if you treat someone well and they treat you like shit, the worse it is for you, right? Whereas if you treat somebody else like shit and they treat you well, you can get away with a huge benefit, right? The numbers just the higher the number, the more you benefit, and the lower the number, the worse off you go, right? Well, this green line, this kind of reciprocity right here, that's kind of the ideal state of society. It's equal treatment. That's what that is, right? However well you treat someone, if they treat you kind of the same, you end up in kind of like a stable state. Okay? So, like, the closer you are to the reciprocity line, the healthier or at least the more stable your relationship is. I mean, this is like the state of war, right? The reason I go -5 to 15 is, like, these are like harmful activities and these are beneficial activities, right? So the more, if this is like the state of war back here where everybody's like in a stable state of just like perpetual war or whatever. So it comes down to when you hear like a gun debate and the left will say, we need to regulate guns, and they think in like these macroscopic terms. Well, this is negative for you, right? This is the thing. Positive treatment towards someone who is treating you bad fucks you over, right? Whereas negative treatment of someone who's treating you well, this is like you violently assaulting someone. You benefit and they lose. Like the same. You have to understand, if this is your treatment of them and this is their treatment of you, you're actually on two different spots on the graph at the same time, right? So like, if we're on like, 10 and 0, then they're on 0 and 10. Like we're on this spot and that spot at the same time. We're here, they're here. Or the reverse. We're here, they're there. But the point is, like, any interaction kind of goes, if this is our action and this is their action, it's a tricky thing, because any goodwill you offer toward others, you risk damage to yourself. But if they reciprocate, right, if you treat them well, but then they treat you well, you can actually march up the reciprocity line and end up with better results up the graph. So like, this is the individual graph. This is like the collective graph. It's the same one, but you add up the 2 points. Like, I'm going really fast because I want to get back to the game, but like, in a collective sense, we're better off up here and worse off down here, right? And this line is the only thing that matters, because that's the only thing that's stable. But the point is, you don't get to choose where you lie on the graph. You only get to choose which of these you play. Right? Other people determine this. Right. Well, that's the thing, right? It's a risk. You don't control this. You only control this. The only way to get a higher stable state is for you to treat others better and for them to treat you better. And then you can reach a stable state up here. If you offer the olive branch to them, but they continue to treat you like shit, you're just going to fuck yourself over worse and worse. You don't choose how high up this goes. They choose that. Right? So you could be down here somewhere, and then they are suddenly nice to you, and then it's up to you to decide whether you want to take the benefit of that asymmetric relationship, or if you say, well, I should return the favor so that we can continue. Because the further away from the green line you are, the less stable of a state you're in. Okay? Because whoever is getting fucked is going to get tired of it, right? If we're here, if we're treating people well and they're treating us like shit and we're down here, it's like, well, fuck this. The only solution, I can't control going this way. I have to come back here. Right? And so what's happening right now in our society is everybody's kind of moving this way because everyone's kind of feeling over here individually. Versus where maybe they're actually are. But anyway, I was going to say, you can graph the gun debate here. What I was going to say is, the way the left views gun control is they view things as collective action. So if we all regulate and restrict guns, they see that as an automatic marching up the reciprocity line, right? Right now, everybody has guns. Everybody's being mean to one another. Let's all be nice to one another, and we'll be in a better society. They think gun control is an automatic march up this line. Whereas the conservative approach is, I can't control this side. I can only control me. And what you're asking me to do is be nicer, but you don't control everyone, right? That's their argument. They say only the law-abiding people would give up their guns, and so we're just going to get more fucked. Like that's the whole thing right there. The left thinks gun regulation is a collective motion where everybody will be nicer. The right sees gun control as an individual measure where only some people will be nicer, and you'll end up over here. And that's it. And it's just really nice to be able to visualize everything like this. But that's it. That's the argument on both sides. So are we taking collective action or are we taking individual action? And that's how you would have a productive discussion as to what's actually going on. I don't know where to go from there. I want to get back to the game. But yeah, that's something that I made today to kind of visualize that. I think about that reciprocity graph has been, I just made it today, but like I've been thinking about that a lot when, these kind of topics come up. It's inspired off of the prisoner's dilemma problem, which is a more limited set of options, but it's the same concept where you only control half the treatment and then the other person decides the other half, where it's everyone will be better if everyone is nice, but the path to that is difficult and risky. But yeah, I think it's just human interaction in general operates on that graph. I like that it encapsulates the gun debate, but it's not for the gun debate. It's literally for any kind of human interaction, right? Like in business, right? If one side starts fucking the other side over, the other side is going to start, they're going to reciprocate and you're going to start going back down that. But also the whole argument for free market capitalism is there's some incentive structure where even if you're being entirely selfish, the net benefit to society still goes up. And that's on the graph too. So it's kind of game theory. But yeah, there's a lot that can be visualized right there. What was I doing here? Why did I come down here? Oh, to check the crate. I'm going to reboot the game. Susie's stirring a little bit. Yeah, so Jim, so cops, that's exactly the same thing, right? Like you're going to be managing more of the situations in the negative direction, and really your job is, when you neutralize, it's kind of an equal and opposite force to kind of bring us back to that line, the reciprocity line, right? That is kind of what you do, right? You don't, you don't chase a petty thief with a rocket launcher, right? Because that is actually well, that would endanger others, but I mean, that's not like for like. What you're trying to do, in not a literal way, but in some kind of equivalent way, you're trying to sort of match the force that the suspect is exerting. Right? So if they escalate the situation, then you escalate the situation. Right? So what I could do on that reciprocity graph, because most of the graph was in the positive direction and only some of it in the negative direction. I mean, the graph goes the other way too in the negative direction. You could have like a negative 30 on it, right? You can have, but the point is, you're trying to, since you can only control yourself and not them. I mean, you do, but I mean, you do by subduing. But I mean, like, your literal decision is what you're doing. Like, even if you subdue them, it's still, on some philosophical way that I can't articulate, you're only controlling yourself, and then as a, yeah, you're only doing this side of the graph, not their decision. But then when you're kind of, if they are actually properly subdued, then I guess their movement moves back to 0. So you can kind of trace it around the graph, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But ultimately, you control whatever you're doing. You're not literally copycatting them, but you are reciprocating them. Now, maybe technically you want to, physically on the ground exert a little more force than them, right? So, if they're resisting arrest, you got to subdue them, right? So it's, in a pragmatic sense, your physical exertion may be like a little more than theirs. But everybody knows you shouldn't overdo it, right? Police brutality. Yeah. Yeah, I think yeah, my philosophy has evolved too. Like, I love liberty and freedom, but it's actually the fruit of reciprocity. As opposed to freedom being the root, it's the fruit. Reciprocity is the root, and then freedom is the fruit. If you have mutually beneficial reciprocity, you can get a high up in that graph, and you have freedom as a fruit. I think Jim could tell you about that, Gary. All right. Oh, these are crap. We're not doing this. The upcoming Blueprints merch line. It's funny. I think of the actual gift shop in the game. I think this game bugged out, dude. Why don't I have a billiard room in my draft pool for the out? Maybe I don't have it in the draft pool at all. What if I never draft a billiard room ever again? Look, they took it out. Like, they literally removed it from the day. Where did he bring? What if it's there? What if it was there? I'm telling you, I may not have it anywhere. Like, maybe it was there. They may have taken it out of everything. Was it there? Or there? Or both? Hi, Matthew. I think you missed the whole political discussion. We're not going back to it. I'm worried that the game glitched out and completely removed the break room from the game. I may not be able to draft it at all anymore. I'm worried. There may not be any more break rooms in this game. I mean, look, there's a utility closet with nothing going into it. We were talking about reciprocity, Matthew. well, I just encountered a new bug, and that's going to be devastating because the break room was so good. Do a root cellar. Yeah. uh You thought you won. It's like actual casinos where they hold you in custody. You can't actually win here. That's good. Let's see. Shovels. There we go. How did I do that? Oh, that's weird. Hey, I need to make my Riven review. I'm sorry that things are taking so long. I ended up moving and got distracted with a bunch of other things. Yeah, I'll do it. I want to do it. But the Riven review is coming first. Because I got some things I need to say about that, too. So that's kind of part of it, is that I was scripting out this really long video for episode 2 of that series. And then I set that aside and started scripting a really long video for the Riven review. Oh, that was another bug today. After pausing the experiment, the main menu here, all the options didn't display. Too bad I didn't get a dig up trash experiment. Or we could restart the day. Yeah. We gotta start playing hardball here. Yeah, it'll be yeah, it'll be good to. Yeah, I've had my life happens. I've had so many other things on my to-do list that I wanted to just get done so that I could shut the world out and work on my stuff. As opposed to kind of doing everything at the same time. I was like, oh, let's just marathon all that stuff, get all that done together. And then because once I get into a project, I can, you know, I'm better at doing these when I can really just lock in and focus instead of, you know. Do the root cellar. Instead of trying to do that alongside a bunch of other busy stuff. And there are a lot of things that I think that once I get these things done, then I'll have some time to myself afterward. But they are dragging out longer than I want and I wish. My relationship with Blueprints is complicated, but I'm near the end, I think. Sort of. Maybe I shouldn't say the end. Maybe I should say I have relatively few things left in the game. Each time you dig, you get or dig trash, you remove a crate. Come on. Okay. This one's actually been pretty good too, especially early in the day. That hits more often than I thought, so maybe we'll do that. I mean, that one's good too, though. But it takes a little more planning. Last time I did it, I removed the... Or I killed the break room, so. Ah! Still don't have it. Sometimes I forget to pick up the gem there. Aha! Second experiment. I need my shovel. It's the third one already. That's the fourth one. And a fifth one. All right. Both of these statements are false. That cannot be true. So that's false. Therefore, the bottom one has to be true, which is that the statement on the white box is false. So it's not in the blue box, but then this has to be true. And it's not in the black box, and it's not in the blue box. So it's in the white box, I think. Oh! Now I got a break room. Okay, so it's in the draft pool, but it's just not shown? I don't know if I want it right there, but it's in my draft pool. I guess I didn't have evidence that I would never draft it again. Okay. You would make an interesting lawyer, Gary. Man, I need a shovel. Give me a shovel. No. It's upgraded as well. I think that's 6 triggers. Yeah. Give me a locksmith, I guess. This one's good for steps, I guess. Yeah, my steps counter isn't that great. And it is upgraded. That's upgraded as well. And I'm trying to draft rooms that might give me a shovel, but... Whew. Yep. I guess I'll do this. I hate making gaps in the map, but that's all right. Finally get my shovel. Goodness. Sleeping mask is good too. Whoops. Greenhouse is nice, I guess. Kind of tempted to just say give me blue rooms, not green rooms. Yeah, I think so. Banner of the King, give me blue rooms. Pump room. I like pump room. All right, blue tents. Blue tents, we're on the 8th rank. What? What? Here's my blue tents. The massive reservoir. How about the massive message? What the heck? Pump room. What the hell? The massive reservoir. reservoir below Mount Holly receives a natural filtration from the continuous flow of fresh water from two neighboring underground springs before making its dramatic exit via a waterfall on the south facing cliff. Okay. I don't know if it's what it's actually telling me about. Oh, it's right there. Okay. I'd love to drain the pool again. Fill the reservoir. We don't need to go over there anymore, do we? Or do we? All right. I'm fine with the boiler room. I wish it was facing another direction. But this is fine. It would be interesting if I could get a jackhammer or make a jackhammer, but I guess I don't have that right now. Kind of want that corner. I can get a conservatory. Just take the gems, I guess. It's hard to get through there. I guess I can do that and just really hope I can flesh this out. It's gonna be tough. Nope, nothing in here. Remember, I got a stopwatch in here like the first 5 times, and I just thought it was always there. Like, I took it into account as a calculation. It's like, well, I could draft the clock tower, which will give me a stopwatch. And then it would be there, and, and I would just think this is normal. But apparently, I was being really lucky the whole time. I don't think I have a workshop. No, I do have a workshop. Well, I don't have a battery. And no guarantee I will get one this day. Oh, yeah, my steps actually aren't in great shape. I did not realize. What page? You want me to look at something over here? What are we doing? Well, I don't know. It might have to do with Twitch servers. I mean, I haven't had internet problems any other way. I don't know. It is upload, not download, but I don't know. All right, I'll be right back. It probably won't clear up by the time I come back, but we'll see. All right. Here we go. Did the stream recover at all? I forgot to check. No, it did not. Well, I don't know what to tell you. They're both in a bathing mode right now. Is the stream not buffering for you? Okay, so this spread fruit throughout the house. Which I would rather... get a conference room, but can't wait for that. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to get the boiler room blue tint. Shit. Guess we'll go with Rumpus. I didn't know running shoes would be in the Rumpus room. I just happened to look there. Boy, sauna would be good, but I also need the library. I actually don't need the attic. I hope I never have to check out another book. I'll probably just look up whenever I need to at this point. Okay. Gallery. I was... Look at where we are on the map. We are on rank 8.
8.
So let's go. All right, so oh yeah, this is all gonna be. I got a. Oh God, how the hell would I ever find a blue tents in here? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's not too hidden. What a rule. Okay. TIL. Huh. If you have a hall pass, bookshop will be more likely to be drawn while drafting in the library. I don't need the bookshop anymore. Well, maybe there's some hidden secret I don't know about, blah, blah, blah. Okay. But we don't want roommates. Oh yeah, I think I forgot to do that, but yeah. Just regular key, because we don't want to use key 8. We want to keep key 8. Planetarium? Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have the Blue Tents memo for room 8, and this would have been the perfect time. But I need the key. And I don't know, maybe you keep the key, but that would be different from every other room in the game. Or other key in the game. I think I'm just going to pick the planetarium. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so... And it is, you know, unfortunate because they're going to remove the gallery in room 8 out of the draft pool in a few days. Ah, there it is. Yeah, that would have been helpful to get that much earlier. All right. Huh. The inkwell is not the largest constellation. Ooh. Unlike the observatory, that one's actually interesting. Okay. 50 new constellation spot. That's the inkwell. Apparently there's one even higher than that. No, I just found out that there's one past the inkwell. I just learned this. I only found out about the inkwell, and I'm spending stars, so it always keeps coming back down. So I would have to really tighten the belt and just gather a bunch of stars. You take my no as a no. Yes. Yes, my no is a no. Oh yeah, let me open this again. My step count isn't that great. I need a vault. Did turn left or be a dead end? I think I do have a trophy room on the 9th rank. I do. Okay. All right, that should get me through the day. Ah. Crate has been removed. That's the 9th trigger. Okay, what? The statements on this box are either both true or both false. Well, if this is true, then the box is empty. If this is false, then this is it. This has to be true either way, right? Because if the top statement is false, then in order for it to be false, the bottom statement has to be true. Right? Either way, we don't know whether this is the true box or not, but we know this box is empty. Let's see. No. This box is white. That is true. That is absolutely true. Now this is true, and therefore if this is true, all right, T. We'll still be here. Don't get too down on yourself or the world. We all know things are as they are out there. Humanity in history has done this before. This is true. If that statement was true, then there would be no false boxes. Therefore, that statement is false. But this is not the all false box, which I already knew, so this was both false. I could have gotten that anyway. This is false. This is false. The box with no false statements has the gems. That's false. It's not in here. Not here. It's here. Oh, whoops. Whoop. What did I do wrong? Guess I was distracted. How is this? What? Oh. I know what I did. No false statements. That's it. I just double reversed that in my... I read that as no true statements. I think. It's this part right here. I messed that up. The box with no false... I didn't read that correctly. Or the box with false statements. The box with no false statements has the gems. That is false, so it's not here. Yeah, I just misread that sentence. How derpy der. Man, it's like I can't read or something. Do I have the conference room? I don't, but rank 8 is full anyway. I want to get this one out of the craft pool, or do I want to get this one out? Now I'll get this one out. I just misread the sentence. It's as simple as that. I read it as just the box with false statements has the gems. And that's just not what it said. I mean, it's that simple, right? Because if the black box is false, then the box with no false statements has the gems is false, so it can't be in the white box because it said this is a white box. So it's just true, right? Like, it's that simple. Like, there's not anything advanced there. I was just, you know, I just misread the sentence. Not that I need any gems right now. Salted banana. Okay. This is gonna suck. But I need a vault. What is happening? Why is that going off? Oh, wow. Right there on the railing. Huh. Okay. Don't need to go in there. Wait a minute. What? Shit. Man, I am massively distracted right now. Yeah, it's easy. Especially after you get a bunch in a row to get overconfident and make a silly mistake. It's, hate to admit, I think that's what happened there. I was like, okay, yeah, it's this one. Which I think is, you know... Oh, I turned this around, but I didn't hit the lever. I think, oddly... I think that's one of the reasons why I can actually dig deep and do really well when I'm drunk, because I know I have to focus, right? I can't take anything for granted. I kind of assume I'm going to be messing everything up. Oh. Boiler room. There's a blue tent in here. This is the other one. The interesting part of that story is what part was true and what part was made up. I That is something to speculate on right there. I think, yeah. There it is. Boiler. The high pressure condenser box is connected to not one, but two remote power boxes. See, these blue tents, there's just, I mean, you have to get to room 46 and then it's unbelievably expensive. Then you have to get to rank 8 for any room. I don't know. I think that's a little bit too protective for these because the information is, I don't know. It's unfortunate to build up this to gather this kind of information this late in the game. I don't know. It would have been more enjoyable to discover this stuff earlier. There's so much of it that's like, okay, but I'm kind of past the point of needing it. Now, I can't use a break room. I've taken out yes. Hey, cool bird. Coming up on 3 years of followage. Okay. We need a vault. Oh, a sauna would be nice. Do I not have the vault? I need the vault. I'm just gonna use up all my stars. Or a coat check. The other way is a coat check. And I'll just have to get rid of paper. I like the paper crown, but I can get it again. This needs to be checked. And don't have a break room, although it did give me a couple of opportunities. All right, so I'm really hurting in the star department, so at least I can call it a day in the planetarium. A planetarium. Good spot to spread fruit. Don't really need it. No. All right. Back to 60 if I call it a day in here. Garden's Jigsaw House of Tomorrow. 4 tomorrow rooms, not that many. So the other thing I did quietly in the background, I guess it doesn't keep it recorded, but I think I got rid of 10 crates. So need to do that one more time. Code check is good anyway, right? Thinking. I guess I could have called it a day in the treasure trove. Oh well, it is what it is. Oh yeah, the house is very different. Yeah, it'll even change colors, whether it's a garden house or a red house or a scarlet mansion or whatever. If you get a lot of red rooms, I'm sure that there. Yeah, I'm sure Matthew gets that a lot. Okay. Let me look at my sheet again. Coat check. What does the coat check say again? Code check is drawn slightly more often the day after checking a new item. Okay. Well, hopefully that means it shows up today. And hopefully that also means I can check, like if that allows me to get a key, a different key, maybe I can check that for tomorrow. I have been streaming for 3.5 hours, and those cats have both been in those baskets the entire time. Okay, let's make up for it. Let's not be idiots this one. There is only one true box. Both statements written on the other boxes are false. Well, if this is true, then this is false. But that's a contradiction. Right? Because this is claiming both of these are false. It's hostile. They're fighting each other. If this is true, then both of these are false and you have one true statement. But then this is true. So this is false. The box with the most words does not have the gems. There is only one true box. Well, if this was false, then that would also be false. But then that becomes true. Right? If this is false, combined with that being false, by rule, that would have to be true, because you have to have at least one with all true statements. And then suddenly that becomes true. So that doesn't work. So instead, this is true, and therefore points to itself. This is false, and this is false. The box with the most words does not have the gems, and therefore the actual truth is that the box with the most words does have the gems. So now it's just a matter of counting words. This is 6 words, which is probably going to get beaten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the box with the most words has the gems. Okay. Let's build a new streak. Ooh, I almost accidentally clicked storeroom. I want to keep the doors open for now. It's 18. It's so tempting to use this. Um. That would be one outing if I pick the coat check. But I'm afraid that if I don't pick it, it just won't show up at all the rest of the day. You know what would be funny, though, is if right here on the one out, that's the vault, and it's like, okay, let's just go there, get the key, send the treasure trove, we got a coat check, and, like, we do everything we need to today just on a 2-rank floor plan. That'd be pretty funny. I will try it, I guess. Or no, should I just do this? Keep the floor plan open and see? Oh, keep the floor plan open. I'll see if the code check comes up again. I guess I gotta find out whether it is or not. If we're gonna open it, we gotta open it. Security is good. Turn it like that for now, as long as this is unlocked. Okay, there's the coat check again. Not a great spot for it. Unless I can connect it. I'll try it. Utility closet would open up the foundation and all this, but then you have a coat check way in the wrong corner. I'll redraw. Oh, what a stupid utility closet be? I mean, we could take the risk and just draft once, blind. Let's do it. Let's see. Let's see what it is. It's always the laundry room. God damn it. Now I have to get a utility closet. Hey, Outrun. Don't have... It's good. What time is it over there? Like 5 a.m. or something? I'll gain 1 star might be good. This has been good. It's not removing... chests. Where are you right now? Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, there's my utility closet. Yeah, take it. Hanging out with Ocean? There we go. Look at my steps. I knew they were Canadian. I thought they were Eastern Canadian. I already have a blessing going. I don't need this. I mean, this is a day to put Stars back on the board, so. So, that impresses me. You flew all the way to Alberta. Is that the only thing you went there for? Or is there anything else you're doing in the area? What the hell is this? Why am I down to 31 steps already? Middle Eastern Canadian Saskatchewan. Should I invoke the power of the king here? Go with blue rooms again. I need a vault, and I need to vault the probability of such a thing showing up. Also, I only have one key. This has been a terrible day. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to excuse it to me. I just find it, and that shows how important it is to you. Should I do this, or should I do this? Keep doors open. Oh, wow. Should I just start this day over? This is not giving me anything I need. And now I'm just out of keys. Yeah. Just do that. I can do that. It's all my gems. Yeah. There wouldn't have been a scheduled event for that, but I mean, that is fresh on people's minds. Yeah, we had our own discussion about that earlier already. Kind of flushed it out of my system already. Yep, that is what they're saying, isn't it? Wine cellar. Fuck off, game. Do I have any other ways out? I'm low on steps. That's interesting. I I haven't listened to her in a long time. Stupid. This gives you a key. Finally, one key. Or it gives me a key. Okay. See, I want to be successful on this day because of the coat check. So if this doesn't work out, Damn it! See if we get a key in here. Get a lockpick kit. Whatever shit that's worth. And one key. "14 steps." I need to watch that too. I mean, I can't let the day end. Because I might want to back out of this. Spread keys throughout the house. They'll all go to the conference room. And I don't have any steps. Sheltered from the aquarium. Whatever. I was gonna say I need a dining room specifically right here. Alright, I think I'm gonna restart the day. That was a lot of BS for nothing. About the same. I'm skipping some parts that I think are bullshit. Curious what's at the end of the tunnel crates. I need a couple things, you know, just like everything else, you need like a combination of 3 or 4 things to happen on the same day. So yeah, I haven't crossed anything off the list yet, but it has a weird way of making you feel like you've been productive too. So with the sleeping mask and the running shoes together, that it should be much less likely that I'll struggle with steps this time around. Bedroom closet gets me 4 items. Yeah, because you pirated the version you have, Matthew. You should buy the game. I think I've heard of that game, Outrun. Guess I'll do this. I'll see what it comes up with. There's my coat check. Let's see what happens this time. It's not a bad spot for it. Treasure trove. Sure. I guess I'll just. It has nothing to do with the fact that you pirated it. Yeah, I like the spirit of the sound of it. I don't know. I've never played it. Oh, yeah. Oh, I do. Chapel music ruins the music. I was gonna play some nice music, and then this stupid crap had to get in the way. Ooh, laboratory. Here we go. Those aren't good experiments. I'll make progress faster if I quit, right? Because I need to get rid of crates. Well, I'll let you enjoy this music. I'll probably restart the day again because I want to get the right. That's on my list of things to do is to empty the crates out. And I mean, I could play out the day and then just leave that as it is and wait for that to appear more naturally. I don't know. We may be at the point where, you know, gotta keep this going. Anyway, I'll be right back. Yeah. The cats have been there the entire stream. They were there when I pressed stream 4 hours ago, and they have not moved. Yeah. I'm gonna do this again. That day wasn't getting me anywhere. All right. We will quickly see if we get good experiments in the redraw here. You're going to Banff. I went to Banff with Ocean Drainer in October of 2023. Spread dirt on the driveway. No. See, permanently add gold to your allowance. It's okay, but nope. Yeah. Let's get some good experiments. Can you run 2 experiments in the same day? If you get a chamber of mirrors? Just thought of that. I don't think so. I think it's the same network. All right. Here we go again. Oh, battery pack. I was looking on the floor for coins. Okay. See what we have this time. Each time you draft an upgraded floor plan, remove a crate from the tunnel. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Let's go. Today I need to get the coat check so I can get the 8 key out of there. And I need to put it in the vault. So I need a coat check and a vault. I also need the treasure trove. And I have the blessing of the monk. So that should be good. See, this is... That'll remove a crate from the tunnel. Okay, well, you're trying to find the treasure of the trove. There's this special treasure chest for the treasure trove. If you draft the treasure trove outside, which there's a weird feature with the blessing of the monk that you can draft an indoor room outside. Like, I could draft a hallway out in the outer room. But yeah, each day, when you have the blessing of the monk, you can pick one room where the room where you end the day, you can put that room in the outer room if you want. Which is a weird feature overall, but that's necessary for the treasure trove because that puts a special treasure chest in it. And I think that's related to the family core. I'm not sure. But just the part with the first part with need a coat, just a coat check and a vault. Right now, that should be enough to get in the family core. And then as a side project, I'm clearing out these tunnel crates. There's a treasure trove, but that's a terrible spot on the map. It's common, so it should show up again. That'll be fine. Get rid of this. Just get this out of the floor plan. That's fine. There's the coat check. I wish that was here. See, what's tricky about the coat check is it also matters where that shows up. Could be okay. Well, at this point, Outrun, there are so few things like overall objectives. Like, I'm considering this as just like a thing to do for its own sake, no matter what it is. Like, right now, all I have on my to-do list is clear out the tunnel crates, access the family core, solve the treasure trove, and reclaim the throne, whatever that is. And I have a suspicion that this reclaiming the throne may be like the actual intended ending of the game, which probably will break down into 6 finer steps that will require 23 more streams. But at least on a macroscopic scale of like separate things to work on, there aren't many things left, as far as I can tell right now. This will be an interesting day if I draft this. Here. That's a weird thing. I need this to connect here. I'll have to wander like all the way back here and then see where these rooms end up. And see if I can get this to connect or something. That would be one of the weirdest floor plans. If I could somehow pull that off. I don't know. I can't pull it off. Because I don't have an observatory, which I've been taking for granted. I should have gone down here first. Locker room is not great. Which part? The part about the treasure trove having MacGuffins, or the reclaiming the throne is like 98 more steps? We're both most likely. You have a metal detector, right? Like I said, I'm just doing it to do it. Three triggers. I think I can do this. Can make a jackhammer. Jackhammers are cool. I mean, I could also make a power hammer. I could make a detector shovel. I like the jackhammer, though. Let's make a jackhammer. And I have to continue. Here's your security. That's exactly what I needed. Now I need a utility closet. Bedroom closet. I mean, there could be a key card in there. Nope. Man, 5 successful triggers already. See what's in here. Get a showroom? I guess I can get a treasure trove at some point. Throne room? Why don't I just get a utility closet? Why get a throne room when you can have a utility closet? Yeah. Need something that cuts through. I need something that cuts through. And or I could have a vault. Could just take the vault. It's a terrible spot for it, but it never comes up. Bird in the hand, gotta do it. Yes. That's the trophy of wealth. Yeah, I actually have all the trophies I can get in this run. So now it's just about like doing the other remaining things. So apparently deposit box 53 is locked. Use key 8. I mean, no one's getting this. Except for Fantasy Dreamer. I'm sure Fantasy Dreamer figured it out completely, but I did not. Allowance token. My obsession with ciphers was renewed after my brother died, for among his journals I found a curious square grid of words written in a hand I immediately recognized, my mother's. Accompanying this discovery were numerous pages containing traces of my brother's fruitless attempts over the years to decipher this grid. It was a bittersweet find. The excitement I felt was tempered by memories of the unique bond my mother and brother had always shared. I was the child with an interest in puzzles and wordplay, yet it was Simon to whom she bequeathed this cryptic gift. With all respect to my late brother, it became clear after spending time poring over his notes that he was not very suited to this challenge. Occasionally he stumbled upon some promising ideas, but none of them were thoroughly pursued. Where I will give him credit, however, is in the extensive research he conducted combing through a career's worth of our mother's notes and correspondence. This search culminated in the discovery of a letter my mother had written a local professor, requesting additional material for use in the creation of a cryptograph. This meager clue was, according to his survey, the only shred of evidence in her belongings that mentioned this project. As for me, I am ashamed to admit that despite all my boasting, I have nothing to show for nearly 3 decades of effort. I am no closer to solving this than I was in those early months of daily obsession. And with each passing year, I fear my chances of reaching a satisfying conclusion to this adventure grow ever slimmer. Some might say this outcome is quite fitting. Poetic justice for tormenting my readers for so many years with seemingly impossible bafflers. While I can certainly relate to their frustrations, I wonder if we really need to obtain answers to all of life's questions. Must we always quench our thirst for knowledge?
But you know what I like a lot more than materialistic things? Knowledge.
At my age, I often find myself looking back at the long path behind me, and I think I am content to leave a few stones unturned. A life without some mystery is a life without imagination. So I will lay down this burden and leave this stone, and the winding path of intrigue it proceeds for future generations to explore. Herbert. I mean, I guess... you know? Oh, I still have key 8. The elephant belongs in this bin. That's the whole thing. That's funny because that's like, I think that's like the one that I was. Okay. So the Family Core cipher puzzle. Right there. Okay. Well, it does say, just basic alphanumeric substitution, right? So like PIGS is 169719. Okay, but that's 100 numbers. 100 letters, 100 numbers. So there's a lot of numeric crunching that I don't have time for. I don't. The numeric core thing. It is something about converting these numbers on like the dartboard sort of thing. I don't know. Other people enjoyed it. Cats are stirring. So it's like 169719. And the way the numeric core works. is that you step through, like, you have to, there's more than one possibility. It's not determinate, but you have to, like, give them the 4 colors. And then come up with the smallest possible positive integer. Oh well. If you do that 25 times in this kind of non-determinate way, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and do it. I don't know. There are plenty of other puzzles to solve and games to play. We've spent too much time on this game, I know. Stillwater tints blank books. See the Stillwater puzzle for more details. See, it's not even like you get rewarded with a thing. You just get another puzzle that leads to another puzzle. It's a bit too long of a rabbit trail without a concrete reward, in my opinion. But okay. Stillwater puzzle. Stillwater tints blank books. I don't remember a book being in inventory. Okay, you need a water can. Okay. But it's saying Stillwater blank book, so it's like yeah. I think after all that, it's also like it really blows up into these really tedious puzzles, and then the reward really collapses down into like, or not even the reward, like the action item is pretty small. Like, I guess I'm skipping the puzzle because if I open the vault chest and the note says, hey, pour still water on blank books, that's the kind of rabbit trail that I would be fine with. Like, to break that message up into a bunch of other little puzzles, I don't know. It's too much. I don't know. Like, if you want that puzzle, you can maybe put that puzzle somewhere else with, like, the alphanumeric stuff. But all in one chain is... it is definitely not in the, um, rhythm that I prefer. Oh, the den. Okay, that was correct. All right, so I guess I got everything done I need to in rooms 7 and 8 before they're taken out of the draft pool. I did it just in time. How about that? Oh yeah, I forgot about this is rank 8. Fine. And salted cupcake. Not great, but no, I did do that. Give me one. Give me a good one. Mailroom? I mean, I could try to flesh this out. I don't have the mailroom. Um. Yeah, I think I said if you're talking about. Oh, it's back there. Wow, that's hard to see. Mailroom. Only 6 of the notorious red letters were addressed to Herbert. Interesting. I have a lot of blue tent notes, despite the difficulty. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I have, on my own, found 38 blue tents notes, which I think is pretty good. It's not all of them. Oh. Huh. Oh, this is awkward. I have to go all the way down here, don't I? That sucks. So the showroom I'm not going to be able to come back to after like finding a treasure trove or whatever. So I guess I can get one item. Maybe 2. Ornate compass. That's really nice. Or you can get rid of all gem costs, but I have plenty of gems. I think I'll go with the ornate compass and one other thing. Whenever you gain steps from eating, gain twice that many steps. I may need that actually. More than that, yeah. Oh, yeah, there are a bunch of keys around because I spread them. There's a key card around, apparently, too. Why don't I just leave a key card somewhere? Is it at the pool? I have a sleeping mask that'll help me here. So yeah, I wouldn't say I didn't notice that it was a red room, Matthew. It's more like I was pondering the consequences of like the shelter and stuff. So what am I trying to do now? What was that? Stopwatch? Stopwatch. Okay. wanted to see if I could draft any more upgraded floor plans. I don't need these steps. Yeah, silver spoon makes it ridiculous. Upgraded floor plan. There we go. Crate has been removed from the tunnel. Upgraded floor plan. Crate has been removed from the tunnel. I just did this one. It's in the black box, I think. I just did this one this stream. Because if this is true, then this is false, but that contradicts itself, right? If both statements written on the other boxes are false, both statements are written on the other box, then it's claiming there's only one true box. But then it would agree with this. So this is false. I checked it earlier this stream. There was like a file cabinet key, but there was like a wall of crates in front of that. I'll check it once I finish drafting this. Yeah, so there's only one true. Oh, yeah. If this is... Okay, so this is definitely false. If this is false, then that's true. So it's true anyway. So therefore it is true. And it's the only true box. Therefore this is false. Box with the most words can just not have the gems. So it does have the gems. Then you count them up. This has 6 words. This has 9 words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This has 10 words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's in the black box. All right, I'm gonna do... Actually, I'm not even gonna draft it out of here. I'm gonna draft it out of here. Break room. Probably do the break room. Yeah, I like it. And then I can even come back here and call it here. And suddenly I have a full house. How about that? I was definitely not expecting to have a full house, especially since I never went into the foundation. I guess I can now. Oh, no, but I wanted to call it a day in the treasure trove, didn't I? Now I want a water can in a library? Okay. All right, look at this. There's the file cabinet key. Just use a key? Ooh. Well, that's interesting. I know where the basement key is. I can't get there this time. I sealed that off because I did not consider that important on this day. Yes. In fact, this feels like the cheap way around to get it, because they made a whole puzzle to find it the proper way. So what you're supposed to do is drain the aquarium and then look at the little things in there, and it'll tell you where to look for the file cabinet. No, it tells you where the file cabinet is, right? But the key itself was there too, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. It was. Both of it. Both of them was. Both of it. Both of them. I never drafted an outer room. Isn't that funny? All right, should I call it a day in the treasure room or the break room? The break room would give me a definite, tangible benefit. Whereas the treasure trove needs to be drafted outside. But I don't know how to open it. Also, this says 2 here. I think that means I only get 1. Like, tomorrow's room will be drafted outside, but I don't know if the next day's will be. That's the whole puzzle. The whole treasure trove puzzle sequence is to lead you to draft it outside. Okay, so Well, family core, but then the next step of that, next step of family core is watering can. In library. I'm going to go with the break room. Plenty of other things to look at here. I'm going to call it break room. There are a few other things I need to do. Just ego for the sake of ego. 10 times 10 is 100. Minus. Is it 14? What? No. Step through it again. 10 times 10 is 100 minus 2377. Oh, I keep doing the floor. It rounds up to the nearest 10, not down to 70. It rounds up to the nearest, or it rounds to the nearest 10. I tend to cut the floor out. Okay, so it rounds to 80. Divided by 5 is 16? No. Is it round to the nearest 100? I was wondering if that would happen, T. Only because it's happened before. 10. Times. It's the only thing I could. 10? Why am I reading it as 2? 10. This is here. 10 times 15 is 150, rounded to the nearest. Okay, it's 200. Goodness. Such a hard time reading the numbers. 10 minus 4 is 6. Squared is 36. Rounded to the nearest 10 is 40. Divided by 10 is 4. Jeez. Not that that mattered, because calling it a day, I'm just, that's just for ego reasons. Call in the break room, get a, yeah, see if we can get a watering can. All right. Temporal jigsaw house of unfathomable riches. Go, because a treasure trove and a well, it doesn't even have it doesn't even list the showroom as something that went into this, but okay. But a vault, a treasure trove, and a trophy room. All right. I'll be right back. I see that Calvin got down during the break. But he's right here. Calvin. What are you doing? Well, 5 hours and 21 minutes in. That's a pretty good it's a pretty good run for both of them to be sitting there. So, watering can in the library and get the basement key again. I've always wondered if that was going to come back in the tunnel. So, we started with a regular key. I don't know if that stays permanently open. Iced tea. No, it's ginger ale. Hey Kaizen, how you doing? I was thinking, I realized, we should have played a co-op game. You want to do one next week? I don't know. I just want to make that like a regular thing. See if I can get a tool shed. No. I can redraw that way. I haven't seen the hovel in forever. I may not keep this, but... Maybe we could. Should get a conversation going, see if other people are in, see if we can get maybe Lauren to go to again or something. I don't know. How's blue ball being ball? It's always like a one thing leading to another. The hovel is tough. Yeah, I think, is that the same? Yeah, groundskeeper Willie is not the real groundskeeper Willie in real life, but the groundskeeper in this game. That's the one that like made the blackmail letter or whatever in room 46. Same guy? Yeah, I know. I was pretending that Simpsons was real life as opposed to this game. Let's see. This is no good. Just keep restarting the day until we get... I want to see if I can get like a tool shed. I remember when I had this, when it was the spare green room. Oh, Susie's getting up. What was I saying? Completely blanked out. Oh yeah, when I had the spare green room before I upgraded it to the spare terrace, I was getting the watering can in there fairly regularly. But I don't know how. Oh, she came down. All right, they're done. Pretty good run though. They're ready to get up and move around. That is fine. Might be able to get a watering can in here. Is there anything in here? Wait, that's a still. That is a literal still. When it said still water, I was wondering what still water would mean. And I was expecting to be like, yeah, I don't know what that is. Maybe it's this. Yeah, moonshine. Yeah, that's what you have a still for. Okay. I'm not trading my key card, especially not for a lockpick. Can you imagine? So today, I'm going to Banner of the King call for green rooms. Yes. And they don't cost any gems to draft because I have the spare terrace. Let's do this. Oh, thank God. The foyer. Commonplace. Observatory standard. Clock tower. Standard. I've been waiting for this one. Not quite as good as the showroom, but that's good. Okay. It is granting me some green rooms today. Let's see. Greenhouse? No. Greenhouse. There's often a watering can in here. Don't need that particular spot, so I'm okay with that being a dead end. Ah, 50 steps in the entrance hall. There's the gallery again. Should I get the emerald bracelet or save up for a master key? I just need a treasure trove and I can get the rest. I mean, that is crazy. 60 coins for... Oh, this is just, you know, basic Canada Dry. Yeah. Yeah, I could go with the courtyard. It just seems useful. So I'm just going to go with the straight path. There we go. I've never drafted on the edge before to get a window out the side. That's cool. If you have exactly 2 shops, which I do because the aquarium is a shop, you double your coins. Well, I only have 14 coins. So womp womp for that. Secret garden key would be really nice. What the heck is this? What? 20 plus 13? Oh, I just pressed it and it... Huh? Okay. So just discount them and press the one that is there? So you ignore the 8? Is that what that means? So you just go 6? Ignore this, but do I square it? 6. I guess not. 6 plus 10? Okay, what was that about? It's very simple, but just weird. I'd rather keep my steps. Well, that didn't work. Take the items. I need items. I need. There we go. I thought there was one more. Doubt I'm gonna dig up a watering can. Well, the chances are not good. I already have a greenhouse, and I can't have a hovel. I was correct on my intuition that it might appear there. And the spare room, when specifically upgraded to a spare green room, I commented that already. And then the tool shed, which is what I was originally saying. So I knew all the locations. The only other location, the only other one, the only one left in this day where I could possibly find a watering can. Matthew's gonna love this, although he hasn't said anything since he admitted he pirated the game. Is the lost and found. Okay. Might restart the day, actually. Yeah, I'll restart the day then. That's okay. More you know. Don't enable him. I'll take the step hit. I forgot. I always forget to do this. If I'm going to get a trading post, need to remember to pick these up. Trade them in for something. It's like an alternate tool shed. Hmm. I guess I could have come back here. I don't know. Can you get... It seems like you'd be able to get a watering can at the trading post, but I'm not sure. Because I don't remember ever really being offered it. I'll keep the battery pack. Guess I do want a veranda before the greenhouse. Let's do this again. Oh, the one thing I did delete was my conservatory. Yeah. So I am unsuccessful in my foyer. I don't have this again. Damn it. Oh well. Shit. The foyer was one of those I wanted, but I couldn't get the other thing I needed, which was more important than this. Oh, that hurts. That sucks. That would have been really nice. I need a veranda here. There we go. Just a long path. Tunnel, veranda, storeroom. I like it. Let's do it. Sucks. Did change the frequency of the... I was thinking, I in the back of my mind, I was thinking I did have some small win that I did like from the day. I still don't regret restarting the day. I mean, it really needed to be. Okay, that's the same one. So weird. Whatever this is. This is out. This is out. So it's just this? So weird. 15, 20? No. You start here. -4. Okay. No. You don't. You're not forced to the tunnel, but it will always be one of the three. Every statement with the word empty is false. This box is empty. This box is empty. Those cannot both be false, so that statement is false. If this is the false box... Well, this can't be the false box because you have at least one of these two, but... Okay. This can't be the false box. And this can't be the true box. If this is true, then the top statement is true. This is also claiming the... I think it's just that you're just wrong and everybody else is correct and it's just in here. I think it's just that simple. This is empty. These two are empty. And then this is just the false box. I think it's just that simple. Even if I don't step through all possibilities, like, this better be. I'm just going to give up playing these. Okay. So, now that... I'm guessing something new happens at 100. And now that I've cleared the crates from the tunnel, I actually should redefine the set, right? Oh. The wrong way. I want to see what's over here. You just ignore the ones with the X's? You have 13. -1? Divided by 7 is 3? Okay. Alright. Have a good night, Super Gamer. Where is Kaizen? Did he get his ginger ale? Celery juice. This floor plan is weird and dumb. All right, I got 4 dice. I need a greenhouse again. And now that I got the veranda, game has no excuse. It better give me a damn watering can. All right, I guess you can do this. Let's see. Yeah, it's weird, Outrun, that you'd be on my reasonably within my time zone. I'm used to like now, like, oh, this is when he shows up. Gain 1 key for every 2 hallways in your house? I mean, it's not great, but... there you go. Should I go with this or this? Lower the water in the reservoir. Because maybe I can do a laundry room swap again. Because yeah, if I get this a bunch, I can swap them. Need a greenhouse. There it is. It's not so much about the greenhouse itself. The watering can. Here we go. What? Oh, this stupid coin. Not gonna use that. Okay. Yeah. I'm really curious about this. Ahaha. Okay, still water. I don't think I'd want to trade this for anything. I probably underestimate the lucky rabbit's foot. Love to get a secret garden key too. Susie's right outside the door there. So you can't see her anymore. I don't have running shoes, so this may be stupid. Let's open room 46 here. Because it's not really, I don't really need to go into room 46. I need to get into room 45, which is the antechamber. Speaking of which, I have 45 steps. But yeah. That's ticking down because... I don't have running shoes. Oh, gotta hit the button. There we go. Squish. Is there any particular reason I need the gallery? Or do I just take the corridor, which is always left unlocked? I mean, I have keys. I can't afford to lose the watering can, so I'm not going to do the lost and found. You want that again? Not what I want. No, I can't afford any of those. White box has a true statement. Okay, so those can't both be true. Black box has a false statement. Gems are not in the box with two false statements. The blue box has two false statements. The box with two true statements has the gems. Okay. This cannot be all false either, because if this was all false, it would kill both of those as well. Right? This is way too friendly, right? If it was all true, then those would all be true. Or they would all have a true statement, but there has to be at least one box with all false statements by rule. The black box, yeah. Whereas if there was false, white box has false, black box has false. Sorry. If this was a false box, why am I messing up? If this is a false box, then it would be false that either of those would have any true statements. Yeah, that wouldn't work either. So this is neither the true box nor the false box. Therefore, these are at each other's throats. Somebody is completely lying and somebody is completely telling the truth. That's consistent with that and not helpful. Gems are not in the box with two false statements. The box with two true statements has... The blue box has two false statements. Well, I think I just went through that. If these are both false, well, it would just attack it personally. So this is not true. So this is the false box, and this is all true. This is the true box. This is the false box, and therefore, top statement is true, bottom statement is false. So we figured out the truth and false nature of all 6 statements. So these 2 are true. The black box has a false statement. We know that. The gems are not in the box with 2 false statements, which is the black box. So it's not in the black box. Okay. These are 2 false statements. That's false. But more importantly, the box with 2 true statements has the gems. That's the white box, and that's false. So it's not in there. Just like this is saying it's not there. So it's in the blue box. This is tough. Okay, so what are we trying to do? I need a library. I feel like you get more out of this game than others. It's an interesting way to put it. I mean, I like Talos more, but I've played a lot of that. If I can just get... And I need to get into the antechamber. That's the other. Okay. This is a bad spot for the locksmith, because then you just... Yeah, I'll just do this. Now I can buy something, maybe? Probably not going to get a great haul. Yeah, you know what? I should have just taken the hit and gotten a weight room here and just opened up the floor plan, and that's what I should have done. That's what I should have done. I made a mistake. Should have just gotten the weight room and I would have been able to open this. I think that's a security door. I'm really running out of options to open any of these. Damn. Let's do this. Just leave that. Just leave that. Let's go back through to the gallery. Look at this. Well, that's an unlikely plan that might work out. Now I want a library right here. Great hall. A great hall could work too. I don't need a secret garden. I could use it. Okay, we'll do that. 'Cause I have a foyer, right? Yeah. So all these are open. All of a sudden, I got two antechamber levers open. And the third door, but I would require a weight room, and I don't think I want that now. Okay. really need a library. Nope, don't use the watering can. Don't need the music room anymore. It's getting stupid. I think I could have used the coat check. Is there any reason why I would spend the broken handle on that? Oh, look, I made money over here. Oh, that closes every time? I guess it's secure? I need either a coat check or a library. And there's really no choice. There we go. My dearest darling son. Is this to me or is this like really old? No, Arave, that's like from 100 years ago. Yeah, so it's like my great grandmother. Okay. I'm quite impressed. I didn't expect you to make it this far, yet if these words have reached your eyes, rest assured the end of the spiral is near. Stay vigilant and rosewary? For the thorns we discover are twice as sharp at the conclusion of each of our journey. One final counsel I leave you. The waters of the West Spring shall yet reveal more secrets than these mere passages. I had so many plans, but not enough dreams. So, tended rosevine? A hidden cue. From prison pristine, three paths convene, three lines of light, three shades foreseen, three colors to count, a sum of 18, but the one left hidden remains to be seen. What does that mean? Something about a prism key? That would be fascinating, Chris. Um, 3 colors to count a sum of 18. Is that some drafting combination that you have to pull off? No, that's the scrapbook. It shows me how much of my life I've wasted in here. Okay. I will look and see. At the very least. Okay, there are 2 of them. Tended rose vine apparently is an anagram of the phrase "does it never end." Okay, so like I'm not gonna work that out. All right, Kaizen. Have a good one. It is saying that the no. One of these. Okay, yeah. You can see it on here that this is a little more. Little bolder. West Spring Secret Passage. So that's cool. Sorry, I gotta read some of this. Like, I'll do some of the tasks and then I'll read the guide to fill in the gaps because I'm not doing all of it. I've explained this many times. Corridors count as one single room. the fuck is this? Okay, let's look at. Let me pull this up here. What the hell am I looking at?
What?
Okay. This article is a stub. I don't know. But the idea of, oh, the secret passage going further, I don't know. Okay, I think we just kind of leave that to rest. Yeah, it says blessing of the monk one day. I don't know if that means today matters. I actually thinking it does not, but we'll see. All right, if I click this, it'll say, if you call it a day in a room in your house, you'll have the opportunity to draft that room from the grounds the following day, but the following day it'll say that's done. Okay. 23 steps. Without running shoes. security door. I do have that. I could have literally made a power hammer earlier. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay. Guess I'll call it a day here. Garden Shopping Center of Tomorrow. That's a very common thing. So, this is probably going to be the end of the stream, but I do want to see... See, okay, secret passage. I'm gonna go with bedroom. I don't know. Nope. Okay. And I better have that saved. Okay. 'Cause I don't want to. 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 I don't Okay. It requires 2 different outer rooms. So after drafting the secret passage in the outer room, a new white book appears on its bookshelf between the orange and green books. The white book cannot be pulled just yet. Now, I happen to keep my silver spoon and battery pack. It would have been amazing if I happened to keep the watering can. But that didn't happen. I remember my blueprint did not have a coat check. But okay, we can get it again. That is crazy. If I just get into that room, I would consider that thread done. But that is going to be more work. Wow, I got 0 items left, or checked off. 0 items left. I wish 0 items checked off, but I did get further on a couple of them. But yeah, this family core thing is just kind of annoying. But okay, if I get in that room, I might just be happy to access a new place and then just check that off. And then there's the outer tunnel, which I need a power hammer for. I need to know if I needed the 8 key. let me see if I can read this without spoiling the whole thing. But I only got like 3 days left of accessing key 8. So if I need key 8 on this, looks like it's not listed there. Okay. It looks like I don't need it. So that's all right. Okay. Whatever that's about. Got to do this all over again, but okay. Regardless, that is the end of this stream. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I know most people already went to bed, but that's what I do. I stream for a long time. So yeah, I'm shutting it down now. So, oh T, that's right. You did come back, but yep. All right. Have a good night, T and Chris and everyone else. And I'll see you next week. Maybe we can get some group play going. All right. Good night.